You've come a long way today. Your mind has carried you through thoughts, through memories, through endless waves of what-ifs and should-haves. Now, as night settles softly over your world, you are here, ready to rest, but unable to quiet the storm inside. That's all right. You don't have to force it to stop. You only have to sit by it the same way a fisherman sits by a restless pond, watching, waiting, breathing. Take a slow, deep breath in and exhale gently. Again, in and out. Each breath is a small ripple moving across the surface of your inner lake, and as you breathe, the ripples grow softer, the water clearer. Thoughts may still pass through small waves, soft whispers of the mind that doesn't want to sleep yet. That's all right. Let them come. Let them go. You are not the water being stirred. You are the sky watching it all. The mind was never meant to be empty, only calm. Still water reflects the moon, but even a moving river knows its way to the sea. So, for tonight, you do not have to stop thinking. You only have to stop chasing each thought. Let them flow by like clouds drifting across a quiet sky, like leaves floating down a gentle stream. They do not belong to you. They are simply passing through. Now, imagine yourself sitting beside a pond at night. The air is cool and light. The water still. The moon resting perfectly upon its surface. You can hear the faint sound of crickets, the whisper of wind across reeds, the soft breath of your own chest rising and falling in perfect rhythm with the earth. You reach down, touch the surface of the pond, and see the ripples spread slowly, gracefully, until they fade again into stillness. This is your mind, always capable of peace, always waiting for you to return. So tonight, let go of trying to solve, trying to remember, trying to become. There is nothing left to fix, nothing left to finish. Only water and breath, and the quiet sound of your heart settling back into its natural rhythm. Breathe in, calm. Breathe out, release. Let the body grow heavy, the eyelids soft, the thoughts slow. You are safe here. You are supported. You are the stillness beneath the surface. And now, as you rest beside this inner pond, listen for the first ripple of story, for the first whisper that rises from the water itself. It comes gently, like the beginning of a dream, like the soft voice of the night speaking only to you. The first tale begins. The Fisherman and the Still Pond. A story about learning not to stir what is already clear, and discovering that when we stop searching, peace finds us on its own. Once, in a quiet village, surrounded by mountains and mist, there lived a fisherman named Gina. Every morning, long before dawn, he would walk to the pond at the edge of the forest, a pond so calm that it mirrored the sky perfectly. Gina loved the silence there. He believed that the stillness of the water helped him find the best fish. But as the years passed, his patience began to fade. He wanted more fish, more success, more certainty. Each morning, he threw his line again and again, but the water remained empty. No ripples, no movement, just silence staring back at him. Frustrated, he began to splash his net, tap his pole against the surface, and shout into the stillness, "Where are the fish? Why won't you come?" The pond, of course, said nothing. It only rippled, disturbed by his noise. Weeks passed. Gina grew weary. He told himself, "The pond must be cursed. It gives nothing to me anymore." So one evening, as the sky turned violet and the air grew heavy with dusk, he threw his net with anger harder than ever before. The water churned and frothed. He waited, and again, nothing. In frustration, he sat down by the bank, head in his hands, breathing hard. The world was quiet again, except for his heartbeat and the faint rustling of reeds in the wind. As night deepened, an old monk appeared on the path behind him. He carried no light, only a wooden staff, and a calmness that seemed to make the air itself slow down. "Good evening, fisherman," the monk said. "You look troubled." Gina sighed. "This pond used to give me fish. Now it gives me nothing." The monk knelt beside him, gazing into the dark water. "Ah," he said softly, "and how long has it been since you last saw your own reflection in it?" Gina frowned. "What do you mean?" The monk smiled. "When the water is stirred, it cannot reflect the sky, and when the mind is stirred, it cannot reflect truth. Perhaps it is not the pond that has changed, but your way of seeing." Gina looked down. The surface was still trembling from his last throw. The moon above shimmered in fragments, broken by the ripples. He waited. Slowly, the waves softened. The image of the moon began to reform whole, round, clear. He whispered, "So the fish will return when the water is still?" The monk chuckled softly. "The fish were always there, but you could not see them through your own disturbance." Gina felt something shift inside him. He set down his net. He breathed deeply, letting the night fill his lungs. The monk stayed beside him without a word, and together they watched as the pond became a perfect mirror again. Minutes passed, or maybe hours, and in that time, Gina forgot his hunger, his impatience, his need to catch. He simply sat, listening to the soft hum of life around him, the wings of insects, the croak of frogs, the whisper of wind. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a small ripple near the edge of his net. A fish silver, glimmering, had come of its own accord, swimming freely into his waiting hands. Gina smiled. He lifted it gently, then released it back into the pond. That night, he walked home without any catch, but for the first time in years, his heart was light. From that day on, he no longer fished with urgency. He went to the pond each morning simply to sit, to breathe, to watch the world move without his interference. The villagers soon noticed his peace. "Gina," they asked, "how do you bring home so much calm these days?" He would smile and answer, "I stopped trying to catch the pond. Now, I just let it reflect me." And though he still cast his net sometimes, he no longer cared what it brought. For he had learned that peace is not something you pull from the water. It's what rises naturally when you stop stirring it. Now, dear listener, close your eyes and imagine that pond inside you. Each thought, each worry, each memory is like a small stone thrown into the water. At first, it ripples, it disturbs, it feels like chaos. But if you stop throwing, if you stop reacting, the ripples begin to fade. Soon, you can see your reflection again, calm, whole, quiet. Take a slow, deep breath in and let it out. Whisper gently within yourself, "I do not chase peace. I return to it." Again, "I do not chase peace. I return to it." You are the pond. You are the sky. You are the stillness beneath every thought. Rest here, where nothing needs to be caught, and everything simply is. And now, as you drift deeper into calm, a new story begins to form a whisper in the sky above the pond. It is the tale of the cloud that forgot to float, a story about lightening your mind and remembering how to drift freely once again. High above the mountains, where the air is thin and bright, there once lived a small cloud. It was young and curious, always watching the world below the rivers, twisting like silver threads. The forests breathing green, the villages alive with light and smoke. Every morning, the cloud would rise with the sun and drift gently across the sky. It had no destination, no need to hurry. It was simply part of the rhythm of the heavens. But one day, the cloud began to notice something. "Why do I move at all?" it wondered. "Where am I going? And what if I disappear before I find the answer?" It looked around. The other clouds floated without care, merging, parting, reshaping endlessly. But this small cloud began to tighten. It held itself together, afraid of scattering, afraid of change. It wanted to stay exactly as it was safe, certain, permanent. At first, it didn't notice how heavy it was becoming. With every thought, every worry, it drew in more air, more mist, more weight. Soon, it grew thick and dark. The wind tried to carry it, but it resisted. "No," said the cloud, "I will not move until I understand." And so it hung there between the mountains and the sun, a shadow in the sky. Days passed. The other clouds came and went, raining softly, then turning to mist and light again. But the small cloud stayed frozen. The birds avoided it. The wind sighed. Even the sun seemed dimmer near its shadow. Then, one morning, a voice rose from the valley below a monk sitting by a river, chanting his morning meditation. The sound drifted upward, a vibration as light as air. All that forms must flow, all that flows must change, and in change there is freedom. The cloud listened. For a moment, it remembered something, the feeling of drifting, of belonging to the sky, of trusting the wind. It whispered softly, "But I am afraid to fall. If I let go, what will happen to me?" The wind answered gently, "You will reign, you will nourish, you will return, you will not end, you will begin again, in another form." The cloud grew quiet. It looked down at the river, how it moved effortlessly, carrying sunlight in its ripples, not resisting, not holding. And for the first time in many days, the cloud took a slow breath. It released a tiny drop, then another. The rain fell lightly on the mountain, cool and gentle. As the drops touched the earth, flowers lifted their heads, the soil drank deeply, and the cloud felt lighter. Soon it began to rain freely, not in sorrow, but in relief. Each drop it gave away was a piece of weight it no longer needed. When the rain stopped, the cloud looked at itself thin, soft, translucent. It had returned to lightness. The sun shone through it, and it drifted once again, a pale golden white in the endless blue. Below, the monk looked up, smiling. He whispered, "See how the cloud does not vanish. It only learns to move again." From that day forward, the little cloud never forgot. Whenever it began to feel heavy, it would find a mountain to rain upon, a forest to bless, a river to join. And as it floated once more, it understood what freedom truly meant, not escape, but release. And so it drifted on, never rushing, never clinging, a messenger of peace in the ever-changing sky. Now, dear listener, close your eyes and imagine yourself as that small cloud. You carry so much thoughts, memories, worries, swirling, all heavy. Feel the weight of them in your body, in your shoulders, your chest, your mind. Now, take a slow, deep breath in, and as you exhale, let one of those weights fall away. You don't need to solve every thought. You only need to stop holding it so tightly. Let it fall like rain, soft and slow. Each drop you release becomes something beautiful, a flower blooming, a river beginning, a heart softening. Whisper gently within yourself, I release what I no longer need. I become light again. Breathe in, lightness. Breathe out, release. The body softens. The mind clears. The heart opens like sky after rain. You are no longer the storm. You are the open sky, vast, clear, infinite. Now, rest in that openness. There is nothing to hold, nothing to fix, only the quiet drifting of your breath through still air. And as you float deeper into peace, a new story begins to form, a reflection shining on a quiet surface. It is the story of the monk and the mirror of thoughts, where we learn that every thought we see is just a passing reflection on the calm lake of awareness. Long ago, in a mountain monastery hidden behind veils of mist, there lived a young monk named Kien. He had a kind heart and a sharp mind, perhaps too sharp. Every time he sat to meditate, his thoughts raced like birds in a storm. He tried to push them away. He tried to hold them still. He tried to be empty, but the harder he tried, the louder they became. One morning, after yet another restless meditation, he went to his teacher, an old monk who spent his days polishing a single brass mirror. Master, Kien said, bowing deeply, I cannot stop my thoughts. They come and go like waves, and I am drowning in them. The old monk smiled, but kept polishing the mirror. Look, he said, handing it to Kien. What do you see? My face, Kien replied. Is the mirror disturbed by your reflection? No, said Kien, puzzled. It simply shows what is there. The old monk nodded. And when you walk away, does the mirror cling to your image? Of course not, said Kien. The master placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Then be like this mirror. Let each thought appear and fade, without holding it, without pushing it away. Kien bowed again and left. He returned to his meditation cushion. The air in the temple was cool. the scent of sandalwood lingering. He closed his eyes. Almost immediately, the mind began to stir memories, plans, worries, like clouds crossing the sky. At first, he reacted as always, judging them, trying to make them vanish. Then he remembered the mirror. He whispered to himself, "Reflect, but do not hold." He let the thoughts come, just as reflections appear upon water. Each one shimmered for a moment, then disappeared on its own. One thought said, "You should be better at this." He smiled. Another said, "You will never be free." He smiled again, and soon he was not thinking, he was simply watching. Outside, the wind brushed through the bamboo. Each stalk swayed, then returned to stillness. The temple bell chimed once clear, round, fading gently into silence. In that sound, Kien felt his whole being soften. He was not chasing stillness anymore. He was simply present for it. Hours later, the master entered the hall. Kien opened his eyes, tears resting quietly on his cheeks. He said, "Master, I think I finally understand. The mind is not a storm to stop. It's a sky to watch." The old monk smiled, handing him the mirror once more. "Then keep polishing," he said, "not to change the reflection, but to remember your clarity." From that day on, Kien no longer fought his thoughts. He sat each morning before the dawn, breathing slowly, letting the mind do what minds do appear, move, fade. He would sometimes whisper to himself, "The mirror does not judge the image. The image cannot stain the mirror." And in that quiet acceptance, the restless monk became peaceful. He had not silenced his thoughts, he had befriended them. Years later, when students came to him with the same trouble, he would hand them a small mirror and say, "When your mind feels cloudy, polish it not with effort, but with awareness." And sometimes, when they looked confused, he would simply smile and add, "Clarity is not the absence of thought. It is the space in which thoughts appear." Now, dear listener, take a deep, slow breath in and exhale gently. Imagine your mind as a great, still mirror. Upon its surface, images pass, memories, ideas, worries. Each one is temporary, like clouds reflected in a lake. You do not need to chase them away. You do not need to hold them close. They come, they go. The mirror remains. Breathe in and let the reflection change. Breathe out and let it fade. You are not the thoughts you see. You are the awareness that sees them. Whisper gently within yourself, "I am the mirror, not the reflection. I am the awareness, not the thought." As you rest in this knowing, Feel how the mind slows, how the breath deepens, how the ripples fade. Now, the surface is clear again. Now, the sky and the mind are one still reflection. Rest here a moment longer. You have nothing to fix, nothing to erase, only to see clearly, and in that clarity, to find peace. And as the reflection softens into light, we drift now to the next story, the breeze between two trees, a gentle parable about the quiet space that lives between all things, and how stillness is found not in holding, but in allowing space to breathe. In a quiet valley surrounded by gentle hills, two tall trees grew side by side. Their trunks rose straight and strong, their branches reaching high into the open sky. One was an oak, proud, wide, sturdy. The other, a willow soft, graceful, swaying with every breath of wind. For many years, they stood together, watching the same sun, drinking from the same rain, listening to the same song of birds. But over time, something began to change. The oak started to compare. "Why do you move so much?" it asked the willow. "When the wind comes, you bend and twist. You should stand firm like me. The forest respects what does not yield." The willow smiled, its leaves shimmering softly in the sunlight. "And yet, dear oak," it said, "when the storm comes, it is I who dance while you struggle." The oak frowned. "I do not fear storms. I am strength itself." Seasons passed. The trees grew taller, but their quiet companionship became tension. Each day, the oak tried to grow thicker to prove its power. Each day, the willow grew lighter, letting its branches move more freely. The wind, who had always loved the space between them, began to feel unwelcome. The oak resisted its touch. The willow clung to it too eagerly. And so, the breeze began to fade from the valley. Without the breeze, the air became still, the forest heavy. Leaves stopped whispering. The songs of birds grew faint. Even sunlight seemed duller, as though the world were holding its breath. One night, under a sky full of stars, the oak felt the weight of the silence. "I miss the wind," it whispered, and to its surprise, the willow said softly, "So do I." From somewhere deep in the valley, a faint breeze began to rise. It was soft at first, a single breath, then stronger, a cool, gentle stream weaving through the grass. When it reached the two trees, it hesitated as if waiting for permission to return. The oak sighed, the willow smiled, and together they whispered, "Welcome back." The breeze danced again, moving freely between them, touching bark, lifting leaves, carrying the scent of pine and rain. The oak realized something then. The wind could not exist in them, only between them. And the willow understood too. To feel the wind, she had to let it go. The next morning, the valley was alive again. Birds sang. Light shimmered through the moving leaves. The air was clear and light. The oak and the willow looked at each other and smiled, each swaying gently, each learning the same truth in a different way. "It is not what we hold," said the willow, "but the space we allow that lets life move through us." "Yes," said the oak, "between us there is something greater than either of us, the living breath of peace." And so they no longer argued, nor compared, nor clung. They stood rooted in their own nature, yet always open to the air that flowed between them, the same air that carried the songs of birds, the scent of flowers, and the quiet joy of being alive. Years passed. Travelers who came to that valley often stopped to rest between the two trees. The breeze there was always gentle, never too cold, never too strong. Some said it healed the heart. Others said it cleared the mind. But the trees simply swayed and let the wind pass freely through them, content to share the space between. Now, dear listener, take a slow, deep breath in and exhale softly. Imagine yourself standing between two trees, one strong and grounded, one light and flexible. Feel the breeze move between them, cool, calm, endless. This is the space between thoughts, between breaths, between heartbeats, the quiet in which peace lives. You don't need to force silence. It already exists in the space between one moment and the next. Breathe in, awareness. Breathe out, space. Each inhale expands the air around you. Each exhale releases everything unnecessary. Whisper softly within yourself, "I rest in the space between. I am not this or that. I am the stillness that connects all things." Feel how the breath moves through you, like a quiet wind touching, cooling, then leaving, without ever trying to stay. Let thoughts drift. Let feelings flow. You are the air between them, free, open, untouched. And as you rest in that openness, a new light begins to appear, the soft glow of a single flame, steady and gentle in the dark. It is the beginning of our next story, The Candle That Never Burned Out, a tale of the inner light that endures when everything else grows quiet. In a small temple, at the edge of a forgotten village, a single candle had been burning for as long as anyone could remember. It stood on an old wooden altar, its flame small but steady, casting a soft golden light on the walls, on the prayer scrolls, and on the quiet faces of those who came seeking peace. No one knew who had first lit it. Some said it had burned for 100 years. Others said it never truly began, that it had always been there. Every morning, a monk named Lian came to care for it. He swept the floor, offered incense, and whispered a silent bow to the flame. To him, the candle was more than light. It was a reminder that even in darkness, something small could shine without struggle. But one night, as a storm gathered in the hills, the temple shook with thunder. The wind howled through the shutters. The candle flickered wildly. Lian rushed to close the windows, but the wind forced them open again. He cupped his hands around the flame, protecting it with his whole body. Still, the wind roared louder. Rain slashed through the open door, and with one sharp gust, the candle went out. The monk froze. The silence that followed felt heavier than the storm itself. For the first time, he could not see the light that had always guided him. Only darkness filled the room, thick and endless. He sat down before the altar, his robes soaked, his breath trembling. He whispered, "Have I failed you?" From somewhere deep inside, a quiet voice, his own, yet not his own, answered gently, "Can you not feel the warmth that remains?" Lian touched his hands to his chest. There, still warm. The wax that had melted still held heat. The air still shimmered faintly with it. He closed his eyes. Behind his lids, a small light appeared, not outside, but within. He began to breathe slowly, in and out, feeling the rhythm of his heart. And in that rhythm, he sensed it, the same quiet flame that had always burned, not in the candle, but in the still center of his being. He whispered softly, "So the light was never there. It was here." When the storm passed, Lian opened his eyes. The sky was clearing, and through the open door, moonlight spilled across the floor. He took the candle in his hands, felt its wax cool and smooth, and smiled. He did not relight it. He simply sat there in the moon's glow, watching the soft dance of silver light on the floor. Hours passed like moments. He had no need for the candle now. The light he sought was already shining quietly inside him. Days later, when travelers came to the temple, they noticed the unlit candle on the altar. "Has the flame finally died?" one asked. Lian smiled gently. "No," he said, "it is only resting inside us now." He began to teach this to all who came to the temple. When your world grows dark, do not search for another light. Sit quietly, and you will feel the one that never left. And so, the candle remained on the altar, unlit yet never gone. On stormy nights, when the wind howled and the trees swayed, the monks would gather in silence, close their eyes, and breathe. In their stillness, each felt the glow within, steady, calm, unflickering. The temple became known as the House of the Inner Flame. People would travel far just to sit there in the dimness, feeling their own light. Some cried, some smiled, all left a little warmer. Now, dear listener, let us sit for a moment in the soft glow of our own inner flame. Take a slow, deep breath in and exhale gently. Some nights, the mind feels like a storm, thoughts flashing, memories colliding, winds of worry swirling. But even then, beneath it all, there is a quiet light that never goes out. You may not see it, but you can feel it, a gentle warmth behind your heart, steady and safe. Let your breath feed it now. Each inhale a small kindling of presence. Each exhale a soft expansion of calm. Breathe in, breathe out. Whisper softly within yourself. Even in darkness, my light remains. You are not the storm. You are the candle. You are not the noise. You are the quiet glow within it. Rest in that warmth. Let it spread through your chest, your arms, your whole being. The mind softens, the breath slows, peace returns. And now, as the night deepens, a new sound begins, the gentle lap of water against wood, the whisper of an old boat floating on a silent river. It is the beginning of our next story, The Old Boat and the Silent River, a tale of surrender, of letting go of the oars, and allowing the river of life to carry you home. There once was an old fisherman named Tao who lived by a wide, quiet river. His boat was small, weathered, its wood smooth from decades of touch. Every morning, he would row across the misty water to cast his net and gather what the river offered. He loved the silence, the way the air trembled softly with life. But in his later years, something inside him began to change. He found himself worrying. What if the fish no longer come? What if the river dries? What if I am too old to row? Each morning, his hands gripped the oars tighter. Each stroke grew heavier, each day more tiring. One evening, after a long and fruitless day, he sat in his boat under the fading light. The sky turned from gold to indigo, and the first stars appeared on the river's surface. He sighed deeply, feeling the ache in his arms and the weariness in his heart. The river was utterly still. Even the wind had gone to rest. In the quiet, he whispered, "I have rowed all my life. Why does the river no longer carry me?" As if in answer, a soft voice spoke from the darkness, not from another person, but from the river itself. "You have forgotten," it said, "that I have been carrying you all along." Tao looked around, startled. The water shimmered faintly under the starlight, and he felt something deep a pulse, a rhythm, as if the river were breathing with him. "When you were young," the river said, "you trusted me. You let me move you. But now you fight against my flow. You row in circles, fearing that stillness means the end." The old man's eyes filled with tears. He set down the oars. For the first time in many years, he let the boat drift, no effort, no direction, no goal. The current took him slowly, gently, downstream. He could hear frogs in the reeds, the whisper of wind through the grass, the soft heartbeat of the water. As he drifted, his mind began to calm. Each wave that touched the boat felt like a breath of comfort. He realized something profound. The river never stopped moving. Only he had forgotten how to float. Hours passed. The moon climbed high. The old boat glided effortlessly, guided by nothing but the water's will. At one bend, he saw a small light, a lantern floating downstream ahead of him. It bobbed softly, neither rushing nor resisting. Tao smiled. It reminded him of his own heart, fragile, yet still glowing. When dawn approached, the river widened into a vast, glassy expanse. The boat slowed naturally, and Tao saw his reflection calm, old, at peace. He whispered to himself, "Perhaps life is not about rowing at all, but about trusting where the water knows to go." He let his hands rest in his lap, closed his eyes, and listened to the slow rhythm of waves lapping against the wood. The sound became a lullaby, a song of surrender, of faith, of quiet joy. When morning fully broke, villagers found his boat resting by the shore. The old man was sitting upright, smiling, eyes closed, hands open. He had drifted home. They say that from that day on, anyone who came to that river and sat very still on its bank could feel the same peace, a slow, rhythmic calm that felt like being carried, without effort, without fear. The villagers called it the river that knows the way. Now, dear listener, take a deep, slow breath in and exhale softly. Imagine you are sitting in that small wooden boat. The night is quiet, the air cool, the river smooth as silk. You can hear the soft dip of water beneath you, steady, comforting. Feel yourself let go of the oars. You do not need to steer anymore. You do not need to know the destination. The river already knows. Breathe in, trust. Breathe out, release. The more you surrender, the more gently you move. The current carries you effortlessly, as if it had been waiting all along. Now, whisper softly within yourself, I let go of the oars. I trust the flow. Your body relaxes. Your mind loosens its grip. Every wave that touches you is a reminder that life supports you even when you are still. Rest here, in the rhythm of the river, in the quiet assurance of being carried. And as you drift deeper into calm, a new image begins to form: a single stone, falling slowly through water, learning the meaning of still descent. It is the beginning of our next story, The Stone That Sank Slowly, a parable of patience, teaching that even falling can be peaceful when we stop fighting gravity. In a quiet stream that wound its way through a hidden valley, there lived a small stone round, gray and simple. It had been part of a mountain once, but after years of rain and time, it had broken free, rolling down until it came to rest in the cool, clear water. The stone watched the current rush above it fast, bright, alive. Leaves floated, fish darted, sunlight danced on the surface. It wanted to be part of all that movement. I want to float, the stone whispered. I want to move with the world, not lie here, heavy and still. The stream chuckled gently, its voice like silver threads through air. You are made of earth, it said. Your path is not the same as mine. You do not float, you rest. You go deep. But the stone didn't understand. It thought stillness meant being left behind. So it began to struggle to push against the current, to lift itself with the water's flow. It tried to roll, to rise, but the more it moved, the heavier it felt. The current carried sand over it, and soon the stone disappeared beneath the silt. Darkness surrounded it. No sound, no light. Only pressure, only stillness. The stone felt forgotten. I am sinking, it whispered, and the world will move on without me. But the stream replied softly, you are not sinking. You are settling. Time passed days, weeks, maybe years. The stone no longer tried to move. It began to notice small things, the coolness of the current, the soft touch of silt, the gentle rhythm of water passing overhead. In the quiet beneath the surface, it heard sounds it had never noticed before, the hum of earth, the pulse of roots, the slow heartbeat of the world. And slowly, the stone began to change. Its sharp edges softened. Its surface grew smooth, polished by years of patient surrender. Above, the water sparkled in the sun. Below, the stone rested in peace. One day, a young monk came to the stream to meditate. He sat on the bank, listening to the sound of water over rocks. After some time, he reached into the stream and picked up that same stone. It was smooth and cool in his hand, perfectly round, perfectly still. He smiled. "You have been here a long time," he whispered, "and yet you shine brighter than the ones who rushed away." He placed the stone on the altar of his temple. There, it sat in the center of a small fountain, water flowing gently around it, never disturbing its peace. Visitors came and marveled. "Why does this simple stone look so radiant?" they asked. The monk would smile and reply, "Because it learned the secret of sinking slowly. It did not fight the water. It let the river polish its heart." Years passed, but the stone never lost its quiet glow. It seemed to gather light, not from the sun, but from stillness itself. And sometimes, when the temple was empty and the night was deep, the sound of the fountain would whisper like a voice from beneath the water. Peace is not in floating above life, but in resting fully within it. Now, dear listener, take a deep breath in and exhale softly. Imagine yourself as that small stone resting beneath a clear stream. At first, you may feel the current rushing over you fast, unpredictable, endless. You want to rise, to join it, to move, but instead, you let yourself settle. The water still moves, the world still flows. But you rest in your place, perfectly still, perfectly safe. With each breath, you sink deeper into peace, not sinking in despair, but settling into stillness. Now whisper softly within yourself, "I do not resist, I rest." Again, "I do not resist, I rest." The body becomes heavy, but not tired. The mind grows quiet, but not dull. You are simply present, aware, anchored, clear. The water of life flows around you, polishing you with time, teaching you how to shine by not struggling. Rest here. Feel how calm deepens when you no longer need to move. And as you rest in that stillness, a new sound begins, the soft clink of porcelain, the gentle pour of tea. It is the beginning of our next story, The Tea Master and the Overflowing Cup, a parable about emptiness, and how only a quiet, open mind can receive the taste of peace. In a quiet mountain town, there lived a tea master known for his calm and grace. He had spent his whole life studying the way of tea, not just its taste, but its rhythm, its silence, its space. Travelers came from distant lands to learn from him, for his tea was said to calm even the most troubled heart. One morning, a learned scholar arrived at the tea house. He carried with him books, scrolls, and questions. He had read much about Zen and meditation, and he wanted to discuss philosophy, logic, and truth. The tea master greeted him with a bow, then motioned for him to sit by the low wooden table. Steam curled upward from the kettle like a living breath. As they sat, the scholar began to speak quickly, eagerly, filling the air with words. "I have studied all the great teachings," he said. "I have memorized sutras, debated monks, and practiced meditation for years, but still my mind is restless. Perhaps you can teach me the true meaning of peace." The master smiled gently, his eyes kind and deep. "Very well," he said softly. "Let us begin with a cup of tea." He lifted the pot and began to pour. The scholar held out his cup, still talking about scriptures, about enlightenment, about how he had already understood so much. The tea rose to the brim, then spilled over, dripping down the sides, onto the table, onto the floor. Startled, the scholar exclaimed, "Stop! The cup is full. It can't hold any more." The tea master set down the pot and looked at him quietly. "Just so," he said. "You are like this cup full of your own knowledge, your own ideas, your own noise. How can I pour peace into you if there is no room left to receive it?" The scholar fell silent. For the first time since arriving, he listened. The steam whispered between them. The kettle sighed. The sound of dripping tea filled the space like a slow heartbeat. The master poured again this time, just enough. The tea filled the cup, but did not overflow. He placed it gently before the scholar and said, "True understanding is not found in adding more. It is found in emptying what is not needed." The scholar lifted the cup, took a sip, and for a moment all thought stopped. The taste was warm, simple, perfect. He set the cup down slowly, bowed his head, and whispered, "I see now. My mind has been too full to taste life." The master smiled. "Then let your cup stay half empty. Only the space inside can hold what is real." The two sat together in silence. No more questions, no more words. Just the quiet sound of tea cooling and wind brushing gently against the shoji doors. And in that silence, the scholar felt something deeper than understanding. He felt peace. Years later, he became a teacher himself. And when students came to him with minds overflowing with theory and pride, he would pour them tea slowly and let it overflow, saying nothing. They would always ask, "Why do you waste the tea?" And he would smile and answer, "Because only when you see the overflow do you realize you were already too full." In that moment, his students would always fall silent, and in their silence, their minds would empty just enough for peace to enter. Now, dear listener, close your eyes and imagine yourself as that cup. All day, you have been filled with thoughts, plans, memories, worries, endless noise. Now, it is time to empty. With each breath out, let something go, a thought, a tension, a name, a sound. Empty, not to lose, but to make space. Breathe in, stillness. Breathe out, release. The mind clears. The heart softens. The breath becomes warm and quiet. Now, whisper softly within yourself, "I let my cup be empty. I am ready to receive peace." Stay here for a few breaths more, listening to the sound of quiet, the space between thoughts, the pause between words. That space is peace. That space is you. And as you rest in that space, the next story begins to stir, a whisper of air searching for its song. It is the wind that forgot its song, a parable about remembering the natural rhythm of the soul when we stop forcing ourselves to make noise. Once, long before the world was noisy, there was a wind that sang. It hummed through bamboo forests, whistled over rice fields, and whispered softly through the cracks of old temples. Its song was gentle, endless, a lullaby that made the mountains sigh and the oceans rest. But as the world grew busier, machines began to hum, cities began to roar, and hearts began to race. The wind listened, and slowly it lost its voice. It still moved, but it no longer sang. It rushed through streets and forests, fast and restless, trying to remember its melody. "I used to make the trees dance," it thought. "I used to soothe rivers and lift prayers into the sky. But now I am only noise." The wind began to chase itself spinning, howling, desperate to find the tune it had lost. But the faster it blew, the less it remembered. One day, after many storms and seasons, the wind grew tired. It drifted aimlessly across a desert, exhausted and silent. In the middle of the desert sat an old monk, meditating beneath a single acacia tree. His robe fluttered gently in the wind, but his breath was steady, slow, deep, and calm. The wind circled him curiously, "You do not fight me," it whispered. "Everyone hides from me, and yet you sit in my path." The monk opened his eyes, smiled, and said, "Because I have learned your secret, old friend, you do not need to blow so hard to be felt." The wind slowed, curious. "What do you mean?" The monk lifted his hand, and the air brushed against his skin, a small, tender touch. "Even the quietest breeze carries your song," he said. "But you forgot it when you tried too hard to be heard." The wind trembled, as if remembering something ancient. It stopped moving. It just was. And in that stillness, it began to hear itself again, not as noise, but as music. It moved gently through the leaves, and the leaves answered. It passed over the sand, and the dunes sighed in harmony. It touched the monk's robe, and the cloth fluttered softly, like a note played on an old flute. The wind smiled, if wind could smile, and whispered, "So the song was never gone. I was just too loud to hear it." The monk nodded. "Yes, and the world is the same. When people stop chasing, stop shouting, stop trying to be more, they too will hear their song again." The wind lingered for a while, then bowed like a wave of air, and drifted away, singing softly as it went. Over rivers and fields, through forests and towns, its melody returned not new, but remembered. And whenever it passed over still lakes or quiet temples at dusk, those who listened closely could hear a faint whisper, "Peace is not silence. Peace is your song when you stop trying to sing." Now, dear listener, close your eyes and listen. Can you hear the wind where you are? Maybe it's outside your window, or maybe it's in your breath. Every inhale, every exhale. It's the same wind that once forgot its song. You too may have forgotten your rhythm, lost in thoughts, in effort, in trying to fix or improve. But peace does not come from trying harder. It comes when you stop pushing, stop rushing, stop forcing yourself to get it right. Breathe in softly. Breathe out freely. Let the breath move like wind through an open field, effortless, natural, alive. Whisper gently within yourself, "My peace is not gone. I was just too loud to feel it." Now listen to the faint hum beneath your thoughts, the melody between heartbeats. That is your song. It was always there. You do not have to make it happen. You only have to be quiet enough to hear it. Rest in that sound. Let your body sway gently with the breath. Let your heart soften into rhythm. And as you do, a new image appears, a monk by the river, preparing for sleep under starlight. It is the beginning of our final story, The Monk Who Slept Beside a River, a meditation on surrender and rest, teaching that the mind finds its calm not by stopping the river, but by listening to its flow. There was once a monk who wandered endlessly, never staying long in one place. He carried no possessions except a small bowl, a worn robe, and a heart full of questions. He sought silence, but his thoughts followed him wherever he went, like echoes that refused to fade. Every night, when he sat to meditate, his mind became a river in flood rushing, tumbling, unstoppable. One evening, as twilight deepened over the mountains, he came upon a wide river. Its surface shimmered with the reflection of the rising moon. He decided to rest there for the night. He placed his bowl by the bank, spread his robe upon the ground, and sat down, listening. The water moved softly, not loud, not still, just steady. It reminded him of his mind, always flowing, always changing, never silent. He closed his eyes and began to breathe. The sound of the river filled his ears. At first, he tried to ignore it, tried to focus only on his breath, but the water seemed to grow louder, pressing against his thoughts. Frustrated, he murmured, "How can I find peace when the river never stops?" From behind him, a voice spoke soft, like the air itself. "Then stop trying to stop the river." He turned, but saw no one, only the wind brushing through the reeds. He smiled faintly. Perhaps, he thought, the river is my teacher tonight. So he lay down beside it, hands folded over his chest, eyes open to the stars. He listened not to silence, but to the rhythm of flow. Each sound was a note in an endless song, the whisper of current over stones, the soft splash against roots, the faint sigh of reeds bending with the water's breath. Slowly, his heartbeat matched the rhythm. His breath slowed. The boundaries between body and sound began to blur. He realized something simple and profound. The river did not need to be quiet for him to be at peace. He only needed to listen without resistance, without judgment. The monk whispered softly, "Peace is not the absence of flow. It is the calmness that listens to it." He closed his eyes. The night deepened. The sound of the river wrapped around him like a blanket of moving air. His thoughts still came, but they were gentle now, like ripples passing under a bridge. Each one arrived, each one left, and he remained the witness, the stillness. Hours passed. The moon crossed the sky. The world breathed in its sleep. When dawn came, the villagers found the monk still lying by the riverbank. They thought he was asleep, and perhaps he was not in the way of dreams, but in the way of perfect rest. They built a small shrine where he had lain, and for generations people came there to sit and listen to the river. They said it was not an ordinary river. If you sat quietly long enough, it would speak not in words, but in understanding. It would tell you, do not treat a calm the water. Be the bank that holds it. Do not silence the flow. Be the space that lets it move. And those who listened left lighter, not because their minds were empty, but because they had remembered how to rest within their own flow. Now, dear listener, take a deep, slow breath in and exhale softly. Imagine you are lying by a river at night. The air is cool. The moon is full. The sound of water moves endlessly beside you, soft, constant, alive. You do not need to quiet it. You do not need to turn away. Just listen. The river is your mind. The flow is your thought. It will move, always. But you are the one resting beside it. Breathe in awareness. Breathe out acceptance. Let each thought pass like a ripple in the water, appearing, gliding, fading. You do not have to follow. You only have to see. Whisper gently within yourself, I do not stop the river. I rest beside it. Again, I do not stop the river. I rest beside it. With each repetition, the body softens. The mind loosens. The sound of the water becomes the sound of your own breath, steady, soothing, complete. Now, let yourself drift. The water flows. The stars fade. The night deepens into peace. You are home not because you found stillness, but because you stopped running from the flow. Rest here, dear one. Let the river sing you to sleep. Its song is your heartbeat. Its silence is your soul. Now, dear traveler, you have walked through many stories tonight. You have listened to rivers and winds, to monks and clouds, to silence itself whispering through time. Each tale has brought you closer, not to somewhere new, but to the stillness that was always within you. Let us rest here now, where the river meets the sea. No more paddling, no more effort, just the soft rhythm of waves and the quiet beating of your heart. Take a slow, deep breath in and exhale gently. Again, breathe in peace and breathe out everything you no longer need. Feel your body soften as if each muscle were melting into the earth beneath you. Feel your mind expanding, as if it were the wide open sky above the ocean. You are no longer the wave. You are the water itself, calm, deep, endless. Every story you've heard tonight was a drop returning home to this sea. The fisherman who stopped stirring the pond, the cloud that learned to rain, the monk who saw his thoughts like reflections, each one was you. The breeze between the trees, the candle that never burned out, the boat that surrendered to the current, they were all teaching you the same truth. You were never lost. You were always the stillness beneath the motion. Now, let that truth rest deep in your heart. You do not have to think about it. You do not have to hold it. Just let it sink like a stone settling in clear water. Feel the peace rising through you, slow and steady, like the tide under moonlight. With each breath, you float a little deeper into calm. The surface of your mind becomes still. Thoughts drift like small ripples, then vanish into quiet. There is nothing left to fix, nothing left to change. Only this gentle, endless being. You are the ocean at rest. Every wave, every current moves through you and becomes you. And yet, you remain whole, unchanged, peaceful. Breathe with the rhythm of that ocean. In the tide comes home. Out the tide lets go. Now whisper softly within yourself, I am not the storm. I am the still water beneath. Again, I am not the thought. I am the calm that holds it. And one last time, I am not seeking peace. I am peace itself. The breath grows softer, the body lighter, the sound of water fades into the distance until it is no longer separate from your heartbeat. Everything has slowed, everything has returned. If sleep comes now, let it come gently like a wave meeting the shore, then drawing back into stillness. Let dreams rise like mist over calm water, soft, formless, kind. And if you wake again before dawn, listen for the sound of your own breath. That is the river. That is the wind. That is the song of peace returning once more. Rest well, dear soul. You are safe. You are carried. You are home in the ocean of calm. Good night. you.